Hello, hello, hello. Right, let's do this. Move to that screen, make sure this camera is actually working. There we go. Hello. Hey Samsara and hey Chai. Of course, you're always welcome to lurk. Best of luck. I know you've got a bit of work that you're doing today. I hope you're staying warm and cozy. Samsara, congrats on getting first. Hello. Yes, we're here. It was a bit of a scramble this morning. Ari, hello. Hello. How are you going, lovely? Yeah, it was a scramble to get ready this morning because your girl might have only gotten out of bed at 9:10. It's now 10 a.m. So that's a 45-minute get ready, which is normally not something we can do, but luckily today's pretty good on the pain scale. It's the first day in a couple of days I've actually felt alright, which is quite nice. It's nice to feel okay. But yeah, it was definitely a scramble to get ready. So we're pretty good, except I probably didn't actually have enough breakfast because I really just had a bite for breakfast. The other thing I'm noticing is that the rest of my pain meds, I don't know where they are, and this is very important and something I should have checked out before we went live. I know where some more are if my little container's not here, but then where's my little container? Which is a little bit of a concern. We'll have to hope that they're beside the bed, which is the other logical place for them. Ugh. Now I have to reach the ones that are really hard to reach. Ugh. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh. Not so good. Oh no, Ari, I hate to hear that. I'm sorry. I know that can be a real pain with all our meds and stuff, and I've got to watch a lot of that. I get regular kidney and liver for that reason too. So, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, hun. I love your earrings. Thank you. So these earrings are actually little pellets, little rainbow pellets with blue and glitter resin. They're absolutely adorable. They're rainbow, they're blue, they're glitter, and they're art palettes. So you can see why I needed them. I got them at Armageddon, and they are actually made by Whoop, one of our G Squad members. Both Fud and Whoop had little stools. Well, they shared a stool at Armageddon. And so I went there to check out their stuff because, you know, had to. And I had to buy the earrings. I also have some of Whoop's art. He's very new to streaming. He's only streamed a couple of times. But hopefully he will keep streaming because he's got a really gorgeous art style. So but yeah, I saw them and was like, well, you know I'm gonna need those. And yeah, he's only streamed a couple of times. He hasn't popped up on the G Squad since, so I don't know if he's going to keep streaming. I hope he will. I might check in with Fud, because I haven't seen him in a little bit, but if I do see him, it's usually over at Skips. I know he hangs out there. You're already following though? Good. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah, I went and checked out on, like, his second stream. It was really cool. But yes, we are back here. So today's a reasonable day in terms of pain, which is great. So we're going to try and get quite a bit done today, hopefully. Hopefully. I can't wait till you stream again too, Sammy. Ari, I'm sorry. I keep missing all your streams. I was seeing you working on Till the Ends of the Earth the other day, but I had to go and just deal with a bunch of stuff, and I couldn't be on Twitch. I was like, damn it, I want to see this colouring page. So yeah, I saw. So I have been on a Teresa Goodridge deep dive. I only have It's a Cat's World, so I am now up to page 4 in my colouring book of this one because I love this book so much. And there's a couple of reasons why I'm really into Teresa Goodridge right now, which I'll show you when we get to the top cam, so I can flick through the book while I do it. But it's led to me placing my first ever Amazon order. So we don't have Amazon here in New Zealand, but we have access to Amazon Australia. So I have placed my first order with Amazon Australia for a bunch more Teresa Goodridge books. Decided to bite the bullet. But I was looking up on there all the different colouring books. And I can get, for example, To the Ends of the Earth and Back Again. And I can get the water one as well. And I can get Rita Berman, which is someone that's been on the list for a while that I haven't been able to access. Can't get Clara Makova, but that's understandable. She's still going to be a very special purchase one day when I can justify $75 for a colouring book. But, oh, I still really want one of her books. But yeah, because of all this, I now have my first Amazon ever order coming, which I'm pretty excited about. I'm interested to see what the process is. The big thing with a lot of courier companies and stuff is certain courier companies won't deliver to me. And these certain companies in particular are awful. And so most stuff comes through New Zealand Post, which will deliver to me, which is great. But if a company doesn't state which courier company they use, I have to send everything to my mum. So I tried and I looked up, and according to Amazon Australia, they use both New Zealand couriers and another courier company that doesn't deliver to me, so I had to send it to my mum. And I got notification that it's actually coming through New Zealand Post, which is great because they're a lot quicker and they're a lot more like they will deliver. I was like, damn it, I could have sent it directly to me, but no, I have to send it to my mum and then I've got to get it down to me. So I'm like, ugh, I want the books. They shouldn't arrive until Thursday, but I'm dying for these books to arrive. I cannot wait. So, we are back on this gorgeous page. We've made quite a bit of progress. I've got stuff from tipping all the pencils out all over the page, so let's get rid of that. I don't know what you are, but I don't want you on the page. Makeup brushes, wonderful tools. So yeah, we've made quite a bit of progress. I'm really loving our tape for the tablecloth. So since the last stream, I did actually go through and spend a couple of minutes just cleaning up some lines, cleaning up some of the tape. So just some of the like real fiddly boring stuff, but it's literally no more than 15 minutes of work. But I just did that off camera so I could get in on like really awkward angles and just clean up these edges of the tape. And I really, really love how that's brought the tablecloth together. And then I started just testing, working on top of the tape to do the shadows. So we've still got to build up some shadows, but we've done a bit in there. But yeah, I have been deep diving into this book and absolutely loving it. So I know last time I showed you all, I had finished my first page and I'd started this page. We've now finished this page, which I adore how this one came out. And I was really experimenting with using poscas to cover lines and trying to create a lineless look. So very hard when you've got very few colours and tiny poscas. Recognizing I also need to get a bunch more poscas or paint pens in general. I needed like tan colour really badly. Ended up using peachy apricot for the wood. It worked, but it would be a lot better if I had a brown. And then since then, so that was the first one that I completed, which is also very cute. And then I also started on another one. And this one I'm trying out Prismacolors in here, which also helps with like fading out the lines and making things a lot lighter. I accidentally used the wrong colours of alcohol markers for the base. So it's a lot more vibrant than I was intending. I wanted everything to be quite pastel, and we've ended up with some real vibrant pops of colour in here, but that's me. I tend to work vibrant normally. Pastel's very hard for me to do, so. But that's been like a fun little experiment. I've still got a lot of work to go on it though. But yeah, we're up to this one today. We're going to carry on with this one. Alright, now we're going to get all sorts of weird shiny light reflex because pencil hates light. Actually, last time we turned the brightness down and that helped a lot. That's looking so cute already. Thank you. I am really liking it. I know my mum's really liking it. So the cat in this page is inspired by my mum's actual cat, Shadow. We're still like really blowing out. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds. I tested it, but I tested it with the page that I'm currently working on, not this one, the back one, which is a lot more paler. And I didn't do a proper test. I just kind of shoved it in and was like, cool, it looks good. Alright, that helps bring down a bit of the sharpness and the sort of in your face. It's still quite concentrated, but I don't want to blow it up too much. Alright, sorry, that's stuff I normally do before I go live. Again, we were scrambling this morning. Right, meds taken, we got a drink. Everything's now actually in place. We're good to go. So, what do we want to do today? So, like I said, we're going to do shadows. So, we'll start by just getting some of these shadows built up while we figure out everything else. Oh, and the other thing I did was I went over here with the cat and just extended all the fur back down that we covered with the tape. Because I wasn't going to sit there and individually cut around every fur. So instead we just re-put the tape down. Oh, okay, that corner's lifting. That's good to recognise. So how's everybody going? It is, of course, nearly the weekend here in New Zealand. It is wet and rainy and cold and miserable here. So I have work tonight, and I also need to stay on at work tonight and try and get some more hours in to try and get caught up on some stuff again. Hopefully it won't be another extra 3 hours, but try and stay on just a little bit longer, get some work done. I also need to contact the room department because I'm meant to be having a appointment, not this Monday, but the following Monday. And then I got some texts asking to change the appointment, and then I got a text back saying, actually, no, let's keep it at the original time of this time and date. But the time and date that they sent through was the following Monday week. So now I'm like, is it the original Monday and it hasn't been changed at all? Or is it the following Monday and I'm about to do a trip to the hospital that I don't need to take? So I did leave a message, but nobody's contacted me back, and that was on Wednesday, so I can hear some very strong wind blaring out there as well. Oh. Maybe windy and miserable doesn't stop the hay fever. I am very pleased with this tape situation. You can't even tell where the joins are, which is what we like to see. In fact, well, not see. We don't want to know where the joins are. We just want to have it continue right through. Right, where's our black? The first problem about having so many pencils pulled for this page. Legit, where's our black? There it is. There's another page in this book as well, which is the closet page. And I realised when I was flicking through it, it's towards the back here. Also, there's a Kitty's Beach page. I might need to do that one too, because we are in summer. Or heading to summer. This one here. I realised a lot of these would actually work for being tape clothes as well, to create those patterns. So that could be really cute to cover those all with like tape, and then we've got some stuff around that could also be covered in tape, and just do lots of tape. Pull out all the tapes and see what we can pull off. Right, I'm recognizing a problem as we do the shadow. It's not really a problem, but more, it doesn't match. This would actually be in shadow. And we've done shadow on the rest of it, but we haven't done shadow on there. We've done literal shadow too. I really do like how the kitty turned out. I know Mum likes it too, which is good because she wants this page. So first time I will purposely cut open a book. Right, I'm just going to add another layer of pink, not only to help smooth out, but just make a bit more vibrant pink. And now you're in shadow. Good, good. Alright, so let's bring you in. Readjust the lights. So we'll do this little bow here. So again, because Shadow technically has a white spot on his chest, but we're not going to be able to see that, we're going to do the bow white to recognize that he has white markings. So I tried to be good. I was determined to go to sleep last night at a reasonable time, because for the last, I don't know how many nights, I've been having really bad pain nights, and I have not been able to sleep, and so I've been up until like 5 or 6 a.m. just because my body's not letting me sleep. And then I'll get maybe an hour or two, but then I'm basically up again, which has resulted in a lot of naps at the moment. So yeah, I went to bed, and then I ended up getting up because I recognised it was going to be one of those nights and I wasn't sleeping again. However, it's like, well, if you're not sleeping, you're going to get up and actually do something for a while, and you're not going to sit there in colour, because then you put on movies, and I don't know if that's helping stimulate me, and maybe I just needed silence for a while. So instead what I did was I pulled open, I went out into the hallway, and I just had some peaceful music playing, and I started sorting out my entranceway, which is been very overcrowded for a while, because at my entranceway I keep all my shoes and then my scarves, and they're just piled up, and I was like, this is just silly. So I stood there and started sorting out all my scarves, and went through all my scarves and pulled out everything. I was like, I legit don't wear that. I don't like the texture of that one. I don't wear that one. And so I went through all my scarves and decided what I was going to keep and what I wasn't going to keep. So I put all those into a little paper bag. And then I looked at my shoes, which I could finally see. I couldn't bring myself to get rid of any of the shoes because it felt like I was giving up. So it is very much a psychosomatic thing there, because I have piles of shoes that I legit cannot wear anymore because of my ankle and my feet. I have these gorgeous heels that I love that I just can't get rid of, because it feels like I'm giving up if I get rid of these heels. So I ended up leaving it. However, I feel like I could go back. I have a pair of like tramping boots, for example. I should get rid of those because I'm definitely not going tramping. And I have a couple of pairs of heels that I never really wore all that much anyway, because they weren't really what I cared for. So I'm like, well, maybe you can get rid of most, but keep a couple. I have like a little kitten heel that I wore for graduation that I can wear with crutches because I wore it for graduation. So it's like, I can keep that pair of heels. I've got a couple of like smaller heels, chunkier heels that are more comfortable. It's like I should get rid of the stiletto heels, the ugly heels, the tramping boots, and then at least I'm getting rid of some, if not all of it. So I was kind of thinking about that last night a little bit. But then I still wasn't quite ready to go to sleep. So then I went back into the bedroom where it's just chaos at the moment. And it's like, okay, you can't even get to your closet. You've got clothes to put away everywhere. So I started just pulling out the drawers. I only got through the first 3 drawers and just started going through and pulling stuff out, and ended up with part of a basket full of stuff to donate again as well. So it wasn't much, but it just helped sort of stop the brain whirling a little bit and helped the need that I've been feeling to just get rid of stuff. So the bag is currently shoved under the table because I realized that's a big empty space under there, and I could start loading up under there with stuff to donate. And then I just need to figure out a way to get stuff to the op shop. But then I may also potentially have a very lovely person coming over, and so I may be asking a certain lovely person to help me get rid of a couple of things, most notably a couch, because I realized I never ever use my couch. I don't see the point in having the couch. The couch is nothing more than a dumping space. So if I take the table that's over there and move it over here, it becomes an extension of the desk for bigger projects. If I ever need to stream a bigger item, I could also set up a camera over there, because I have like A2 coloring pages that I want to work on, but I need a bigger space to do that. Like, they're wider than my desk, but the dining table would work. So if I move the dining table over there, it becomes another area, and then that can just, like, there's a shelf in the kitchen that I can turn around, and we can just make that an extension of the kitchen. And essentially we just get rid of the lounge, because these very few times I need to use this space as a lounge. In fact, I'm going to get rid of a bunch of the dining room chairs, because I never ever use the full dining room, and I never have that many people over here. And the only time that I would possibly do that is once a year, when I might host some people over from work for the Christmas drinks. And even then, I wouldn't do that now. I would host selected people for drinks. And on that occasion, I can be like, boom, I have 2 dining chairs, the office chair, which I can finally replace the next wheel that broke on when I get the area cleared to do that. I have 2 pop-up chairs in the laundry with Mum's market staff. So that's 5 chairs. So I'm like, cool, okay, there's my limit. I can't have more than 5 people over here, which this place is so small. I really shouldn't have more than 5 people over here at a time. And if I do, just put it out there. Some people are on the floor. Easy as that. Yeah, I've kind of been thinking about it, and it makes a lot more logical sense to me to do it that way. To do that little rearrange. It will make it easier to access my yarn corner as well. Like, there's a lot of benefits to switching that all around. It's going to leave a big empty space over there, but we can then I can move the shelf that has the extra kitchen stuff, like my rice cooker and my wok and my the electrical appliances that sit in there, so they're not sitting on a bench or anything. Like, that could swing around, or it could stay there and I just have an empty space over there. I could also move my yarn corner over there, and that would loosen up a bit of that corner as well, like there's room. So, but yeah, I don't need a lounge. I never use the couch. The last time the couch was used was when you were here. That is the last time I have used the couch as a couch. I don't have a TV out here. I legit never sit on the couch. It is a dumping spot. So it's like, let's get rid of it and let's move the table, which will become a dumping spot. like, it will become a dumping spot, I'm aware, but it will be a functional dumping spot, because again, it is that bigger expanded space so that I can work on those bigger projects. And I have a couple of big projects that I want to work on. If I want to start streaming sewing or crochet or anything where I need a bigger space, I move the cameras. And then it's like, well, I could actually permanently move the cameras over there, so that because my cameras are on boom arms, it's like, oh, I need the big space today, swing the camera around to the other side. That's another thing that I was thinking, is like, we could do a switch around and I could have my art section here, move the computers over there a bit more. Like, there's a lot of options with doing it. So yeah. Yeah, well, part of the reason why it's dumpy is because I also need to rearrange a couple of bits around. But again, I'm just too overwhelmed in the space right now to sort it, so it's like a little bit at a time. A little bit at a time. But yeah, starting at the hallway, it's like, well, if I start and move back, so I'll start with the hallway, I'll then do the bathroom, and then move to the bedroom, which, like, if I can work those 3 areas and get that sorted, I'll feel better that this is chaos, because it's like at least those 3 are sorted. It's just time to do a big annual, I mean, it's not annual, it's been years, but you know, every once in a while we just need to do a declutter, and that's basically I just need to do a massive declutter because I'm feeling overwhelmed again. But yeah, the big thing that's been putting me off is I don't know how to get the stuff out of here. I don't know how to get rid of it, but like, I know, yeah, exactly, I know you're coming through, so I'm like, okay, you'll have a car, and I know you'll help me dump stuff off at the op shops. I know we're going to have to go to a couple of op shops for a couple of things, because certain op shops won't take certain things, but I'm sure you won't mind to help me with that. And then the other thing is, I think where we went to go and drop off the rubbish bag that we paid for, there's a free recycling centre, so if I sort out my recyclables, you can go and drop off the recyclables for free. Yeah, and then we can go op shopping too. I haven't been op shopping in ages, because they're just not easy to access, and I have not had the spoons to go to them. Because yeah, I've been here, I moved in here in 2017, I think. I got a notification about being here for like 8 years now. I've been here a long time. And the, like, I know one of the big last clear outs I did was in like 2019, 2020. Was just before COVID and just before I then got sick. So since then I really haven't done one of my big massive clear outs, because I used to do this every 6 months. I would just get this mood of I need to clear stuff out, and I would almost go manic, and then I would ring my dad and be like, hey, I've got 29 boxes for you to go and drop off at the op shops, because like I had habits of, I would go to the op shop and I would buy books, and they're like $3 for $1, so they're super cheap. And then on my insomnia nights, I would just sit there and read a book, because I can finish a book in a night. I am a speed reader, so a big massive book like that fat would take me like a full 6 hours to read if I'm really pushing on it. And on insomnia nights, I would push for it, because I needed to stop my brain yelling at me, and I needed to calm myself down, so I would read a book. So $3 for $1, great. I would just pick up anything. I can't even tell you half the shite I've read, because it doesn't stick, because I'm speed reading, but it stops the brain at the time. And I'll read it and I'll enjoy it and be like, oh, that's cool. But unless it's something particularly notable, it's like, cool, read, and then it goes back to the op shop. So I would like always have piles of books to return because I would do that a number of times. Or for a while it was DVDs, I did that, audiobooks, like lots of bits and pieces. And then there's stuff like when I first moved in here, I started making this quite a pretty little space, and I had like some candles and these bits and these little knickknacks. And now as my style's changed, it's like this is just clutter that's living here now because I don't need all this crap. So it's like, okay, cool, let's get rid of it, or let's rearrange. One of the big things I have in the laundry that's taking up a lot of space is I have all my schoolwork. I have folders upon folders, because the way Open Polytechnic works is for every class you do online, you will get a physical ring binder with piles of paper, which is basically a printed out copy of your schoolwork, which is great for me because I'm a visual learner and I could go through and I could highlight and I could use colour, and that for me was great. I preferred that to reading the online stuff because I could do it my own way, I could write my own notes. So these like 18 ring binders in there with all my schoolwork, with like notebooks in each of them for where I wrote down notes. There's all sorts of just paper in there. And like initially I didn't want to get rid of it because I'm like, oh, you know, but now I'm like, well, the plan's changed. We don't really see ourselves using the degree, so there's no reason to hold on to the actual learning if we're not necessarily using the degree right now. But then also it's like, this is just, it's literally taking up an entire shelf in there. But yeah, that's another one where like it's literally just piles of paper, which is recyclable, but I don't get recycling, so it makes it different. But having someone who I know could take me to a trip to the recycling centre and then dropping off 18 ring binders worth of paper, and then we just have to get rid of the ring binders. So yeah, it's just a lot of sorting. A lot of sorting, but it'll get there. I know Mum's been working her way through her house at the moment too, so I should see how she's going and see if she's got any op shop donation trips planned with the boys as well, because if she does, then I might be able to get them to also swing into mine at the same time. And like a simple thing to go through is like my dishes as well and stuff. But if I start working from front to back, so again the hallway, so next is the shoes, then we go to the bathroom and we sort out the bathroom stuff, because yes, even the bathroom's loaded up with stuff, and then move to the bedroom, which is going to be a lot of work, but those three are the easiest three rooms for me. And then if I do the kitchen, that's an easier section for me, and then focus on the rest, because the rest is my art stuff and my D&D stuff. So those are the two areas I'm going to have the most difficulty going through, and possibly a lot of that will be me just storing, because art supplies is the one thing I really struggle with removing. However, if I know, again, say a lovely person who's gotten into knitting is coming, who might want the knitting books I never touch, you know, like I can get rid of stuff if I know it's going to someone who may potentially use the craft stuff. So Mum and I often swap stuff because we're the same. Like, we'll be like, I've got this and I'm not really using it, but I don't want to get rid of it. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. And then like in 2 years time, when you think of said project that needed that stuff, you can go, hey, do you still have? And then it's like, yep. And then it goes back. So that has happened a few times with us, which isn't really getting rid of it, but but yeah, craft stuff's the hardest for me to unload. I actually would really, like, I do kind of need to get another shelving unit. My colouring book collection is at capacity, which, yes, that could maybe be a sign I need to get rid of my colouring book collection. I take that as a sign that I need another shelf. Right, we've got our cute little daisy on top there. So now we need some presents. And the presents are where we can go really, really fun with the colours. So I know we need to do a bright yellow because we need to bring that bright yellow up here. We've got a little bit in the daisies and the flowers, but we need like a big expanse of bright yellow. So that one's going to be bright yellow. Yeah, there's a way to get rid of craft stuff. No, Vi. No. There is a way to temporarily loan craft stuff to other people, but getting rid of it is a no. You never ever get rid of a craft supply because the moment you do is the moment you need it. Also, hi, bye. Yeah, I'm just talking about, again, the overwhelmingness I'm feeling in the space, but plans that I think will work to start tackling the chaos. That sounds like what I remember. Yep. Alright, well, I know I want to do that top one yellow, so let's just start with the yellow and then we'll work out the rest from there. How are you going, lovely? It is wonderful to see you. Yeah, I'm just trying to get the spoons to start sorting. I did a little bit last night. Again, I did my scarves. I tried to do my shoes, but it was the thought of getting rid of the shoes being me giving up. It's not, but it is still kind of feels like it. So doing that half approach to the shoes will help and allow me to get rid of some of the shoes, even if I don't get rid of all the shoes. And I don't have a lot of shoes. Shoes aren't a big thing for me, but I do have like 10 pairs of shoes, and I wear one pair consistently and one pair occasionally other than that. So like there's no reason for me to have 10 pairs when I only wear 2 of them most of the time. Yeah, I'm doing well. Interview round 1 went well. Round 2 is being scheduled. Heck yes, that's exciting. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. It's super duper exciting. The other thing that I've been doing a little bit, so we talked about last time how I want to go, I've been feeling the need to just go to Pukekura Park and try and maybe see, I'm right off screen, I'm so sorry, see if I can like just walk around the park and see if that'll help me feel that need to just get some space. Again, I'm feeling overwhelmed, I'm feeling the need to disconnect from social media, and I'm feeling the need to go and hide in the bush and hide in bed, which is very clear to me. Like when I get like this, I know what's happening, so I know what I need to do. So I have been withdrawing a little bit from social media. I've been not very active on Discord. I try, but I also am aware of how this goes. So one of the things I have to do is actually withdraw a little bit to protect myself. But usually this happens when things feel out of control for me. So it's like, what can we control? And I think a big part of that is just everything going on with the illness right now. And I can't control that, but I can control the flat. Like, so that's why it's like, okay, let's just start trying to sort this, because it will give me at least some semblance of control back. Which is where a lot of this is coming from. But because we were talking about how I'd like to go for like a walk around the park and stuff, and again, my body, like if the body says no, the body says no. It's like, fucking hell. I don't want it to win. But I did have a look through like some photos and stuff, and then I realized we also have like a really cute cottage nearby. I can't remember the name of it. It's some sort of old cottage. Unfortunately, a few of the homeless people like to try and sleep around there, but then they're also doing a bunch of repairs on it, so you can't even access it at the moment. But I realised that it would kind of make a cute colouring page in Teresa Goodridge's style, and it's like literally around the corner from me. So when I went to get my meds one day, I stopped and took a couple of photos of it, because I was like, I could actually sit down and see if I could turn this into a colouring page, because that could be really fun, just for something different to try. I can't even find my sketchbook at the moment, so that's another, like, you need to clean up, because you can't even find your sketchbook. But yeah, hopefully we can get a walk in the park at some point. There's also some sort of guided tour that they do around the park with the Friends of the Park scooter buggy thing that they run. So, weather dependent, but there are people who do drive the scooter around the park during normal days. So it's like, okay, well maybe I could see about going on one of them. Wouldn't be quite the same, and it would involve other people rather than the space that I want, but could be an option as well. Yeah, I like the bright yellow up there. That suits it. That's helping a lot to help balance this out. Oh, I also woke up to something very cool this morning. I didn't get notified of it because I'm not sure why Instagram, but luckily I follow them and I could see. But the last colouring page I completed, because it's all been cats at the moment. I probably should do something else than cats when we finished my colouring ones, but also I'm very much enjoying the cats. So this gorgeous one that I finished, I love this little ginger cat hiding in the bush here. This gorgeous page that I finished recently, Dover Publications, who produced the colouring book, shared it, which is very, very cool. They posted it onto their stories. It's like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. I'm trying to get better about tagging both the illustrator and the publishers and stuff like that, because it is a way to get on the publisher's radar if you do tag them in these sort of things. And then the hope is that maybe, just maybe, some of them might want to send me some colouring books, because, you know, I got a little bit of a platform and I got a few colourists that follow me, and be like, you know, hey, we've got a colouring book coming out, like, maybe, I know I'm in New Zealand and it's like difficult shipping, but it's not that difficult and it's doable, and I really just want some free colouring books. I don't think I could go and ask and be like, can I? But also, like, these people with less of a platform than I that do end up in these places. So it's like, well, maybe I can try, you know? Like, it's not about the platform. It's not about the numbers. Because I just stream because I really genuinely enjoy this. This is part of it. Like, it's like, oh, it's stream day. You know, I get to hang out with people, I get to colour, I get to talk about art stuff, and it's a good time. But it's like, well, you know, books are expensive, and we've got a little bit of a numbers, so why not? Like, we are really close to 666 followers. We are really close to that, which is freaking amazing. And YouTube just hit 2.5k. So it's like, yeah, really cool. Gotta go to bed. Oh, good, Ari. Thank you so much for being here. I hope everything goes well and everything gets sorted. Have fun. Have a good sleep. Hail Saturn? Huh? Oh, right. I'm with you. Yeah, because the followers are nearly at 666. That took way too long to click. Yeah, we can worship Saturn. It's a beautiful fabric. It's actually, I love trying to portray Saturn. We were talking about last stream actually, artboards in high school, and what I like, some of my art journey through high school and some of my old art, and how I can pull out, like, literally I have childhood art and all sorts of art beside me. But one of the things I did for my final ever art project in school was I was helping out with a stage production, so I was using the stage setting and clothes draped all over the stage and focusing on like textures and fabrics and patterns and movement. Like, it's really interesting. I don't know why I went that route. It was different to anything else that I had done, but I think it was a really cool thing about the school that I finished high school at and graduated from, because I changed schools like part way through my last year, because I said I was not going to finish school if I did not change schools because of the issues going on with the local school. So I went out to Auckland where my aunt and uncle lived with them and finished high school up there. But yeah, one of my favourite things of that board was drawing the silk dress and the satin dress, because of the way of it flowing and the ripples and the highlights, and just painting that was absolutely fun. I just loved how all those highlights shined, and yeah, I had a really, really good time with all that. I have a feeling I know where photos would be of those artboards if I do have photos, so just have to dig through the cupboards again. Maybe we'll have to do like a body doubling stream or something, you know? Like, literally I'll just put the stream on, do a like wide shot of my apartment, and we'll just sit here and go through the art stuff. And just do it as a body doubling stream. When I get to the lounge stuff. I hate how I've done part of this flower. Oh yeah, I did not have enough breakfast. That's all good. We'll have a not proper breakfast. Ooh. Lollipop. Oh. I also have my blanket hoodie here as a blanket because it be cold today. Like really cold today. So blustery and windy outside, and I can hear the rain, and it's just one of those yucky sort of days. Where is my breakfast redeem? I do need to do a, like, washing check redeem. Is there washing in the machine? There is washing in the machine. It still has at least another hour to go. Because my washing machine be slow. But it's just blanket hoodies. But I do, on the second ad break, need to go and get that out and get that up to dry. It's going to have difficulty drying in this weather. But it's just going to have to do. I hate having to dry all my clothes inside and not having a heater or anything to help push it along. But yeah, speaking about the ads, we have about 4 minutes till the next ads. Well, the first ads. Our hourly ad break, which we do run for self-care reasons. We're not too bad today because of it being right at the start of my injection cycle, so we are at the best potential point of my body. However, we're not going to push it for my body. Instead, we're going to make sure we do stretch every hour to keep the body as good as possible. Especially because I do have a long ass day today. Between stream and then work and then extra work. My lollipop is a skull. Leftover Halloween lollipops. Do you want to do a different color tag? Nah, we'll keep with the brown. It'll help bring some of the brown over just because we've done so much of the tan brown previously. It'll help sort of tie everything together. Where's my slightly... No, I was using the lighter tan. I want the darker tan. Oh, so many pencils. Where's the other tan? This one we're using, there should be, it's Bistro. Sure, I had another tan. Because I had the slightly darker version. I am legit not seeing it on the table. Cool, okay. because you're bistro. And there was a step in between. Alright, well, we'll just use this. We'll just very lightly use this one. Which probably needs a sharpen. Oh, okay, we're just about to head into our first ad break. So this is your reminder to stretch, hydrate, take meds, any form of self-care that you need to do, please do it. We will be dropping the pencils for 3 minutes and doing stretches. And I may actually put my blanket hoodie on proper because it's actually really cold. Alright, it's a good place to leave it. Let's go to there. Oh, there's the ads. And now you get the secret of the fact I haven't even buttoned up my shirt properly. I'm wearing a t-shirt underneath. It's just layers. Alright, welcome back. Oh, much better. Much looser. Alright. So we finished off our yellow present. So we have this orange that isn't really settled anywhere else. So we should probably do some orange. We could do the little flowers in orange. And we also need to do a bright blue. And we need to do a purple. Which the purple should be down here, and then the blue could be in there, and that would break it up. And then we can do the flowers in orange. That'll work. Right, we'll do a little bit of a shadow first. Just so we have some shadow already established on here. Okay, before we do the blue, we should do the orange. I know, honestly, this might be something that I need to come back over with Poscas. That's why that's looking different. I haven't done any Posca on there. Oh, that makes sense. Do 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 do. All right, now we can come back to the blue. I won't accidentally colour over the flowers now. We instead just have to be super fiddly and colour around all the flowers. Which is where having Posca can be quite good sometimes. Because you can just kind of colour over it and then go back over it with the Posca. But then it can look also very flat if you just use the paint pens. So that's when, after putting the Posca down, I rework over with some pencil to try and add in some shading. So it's not just flat paint pen. It's starting to come together. Like, it's really starting to come together. Alright, where's an extender? What can we steal? Oh, pardon me. So rude. I came out of nowhere. So, has anyone seen the video game Growing Up? I think it was released a couple of years ago on Steam and a few other platforms. It's produced by Villain Monarchy, I think is the brand. The producers, the designers, I don't know. They put out a game years ago, which has the unfortunate game title of being called Chinese Parents. But it's basically a life simulator. And the Growing Up is the new version of it, but instead of being set in China, it's set in 90s America. And it takes on what they developed in their first one, but produces it in a better format. And oh my gosh, do I want it. Because I really did enjoy Chinese Parents. It's just a very good chill life story game. It's not bad. It's only $20 on Steam. It just wasn't in the budget. But I also think I'm going to be able to stream it. Like, it doesn't look like it's very taxing on the computer. If I'm reading it right. I'm not 100% sure what I'm reading when I read these things, but I think I'm reading it right, that it's okay. It'll be okay on the computer, and it would be a really cool one to stream as well. A good fun one. I often say big empty expanses are some of the worst things to colour. Big empty expanses with tiny fiddly little pattern details are even worse. It does help break it up a little bit, which is good, and helps with the smoothness, but then you've also got all the fiddly little pattern details to work around. Do 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 do. Oh crap, I need to send that message. So sorry. I try not to use my phone when I'm in the middle of streaming, but I've been meaning to send this message and I keep forgetting to send this message, and I need to send this message because I need to find out for the weekend, because it's a weekend project. Steam has just messaged me to say unpacking is on special. Good to know. Right, sorry about that. Try not to use my phone too much when we're streaming, because it's not exciting to watch someone go. And then again, how exciting is it to watch someone go with the pencils? Obviously, somewhat exciting, because you all just like chilling here, which I appreciate. I might need to write a to-do list. There's actually quite a bit that I need to get sorted. Do here for you, then the sound effects. It needs to, you know? It needs the sound effects. Look, I can't do access, but I will make all sorts of random sounds for sound effects. Because I'm better at explaining things with gibberish than I am with English sometimes. Like you go with the thingy bob to do this thingy majiggy on the side there. Just go, you know. It's good proper descriptive terminology there. Everyone knows what it is. Poor captions, they have no idea. So I'm just using the white to kind of smush everything together, mostly to bring the shading down, especially over the flowers. Because like wrapping paper kind of has a shiny texture sometimes, and it's very smooth. So that's what we're just trying to do here. We're just using the white as a bit of a filler, a bit of a blender. Just smushing everything together. Alright, and I've just recognized a problem, because if this is at the bottom here, that looks like it's overlaying on top, which means we actually have a cast shadow here, which I have not colored in at all, and I colored as if this was a light source, but there would actually be quite a dark cast shadow from our present here. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Bumping the camera. I need some sort of like safety guard around the camera when the pencils are super long. This is not my favorite way to color. I prefer to build up color in solidly by doing lots of light layers, because it helps build up a really rich color without laying down a ton of filler. But when you do this, the pencils end up quite shiny because you're putting down a lot of like filler as well. Of course, we need a coordinating ribbon to the bow. Ribbon to the paper, sorry. The ribbon is the bow. My goodness. We're doing well on the word front today. We're doing well on the colouring though. Like, we're really starting to get through this. All going well. We may finish this today. I mean, we've still got a couple of items, but it's like not many items to go. Like, we've got one more present here, a present here, spoon, invitation itself, and a stand in the background. And then some posca. Right, so we're doing the present purple. Pull out our purples, and then I also used a little bit of blue to help the shading of that, and our Payne's grey. And then we'll do our hearts pink, which we can actually use as a bit of a blender across all of this if need be, because it'll just be more purple. But we'll start with some shadows. Eek, we got a yucky curly ribbon there. Come back to that. You're definitely a gap. The presents also give us a perfect place to put in a bunch of glitter, should we choose to go the glitter route with this page. I also have to figure out what we're colouring next. Like, I'll keep colouring the cats. We'll definitely keep colouring in cats. But I might do, because I've still got some more on this list I wanted to try and get through. A lot of these are very, maybe I can also pull out the Creative Haven Owls one. A lot of these are like needing quite a bit. The flowers and Ivy and Inky Butterfly is nearly done though, so maybe we could finish off the flowers. It's not a hard one to finish off. And that would help get that list down even further. This purple we can use a little bit over the hearts because it's verging into that pink territory. Anywhere that we want a little bit of shading, can also chuck this. What is this? This is crimson. And let's do a light layer of our pink. Just use it on some of the lighter areas as well, just to help bring some of the lighter areas together. Keep working over with our, what is this? Manganese violet. Alright. Ooh. We need to sort this out because it's inside out. But it needs to come on. It's too cold. It's just so cold. This one's cute, but because it's floor length, it's also quite difficult to sort of put on sometimes. Alright, where's the little, there. Just so this sleeves don't get lost inside. Whee! Wiggle it down, wiggle it down, wiggle it down, because it's a blanket dress. Oh. Pull the hair out. Make sure nothing is choking us. Ah, much better, much warmer. Way too cold. Anyone would think it's winter. It's not, it's spring. Although spring can be cold. Out bright pink. You need sharpening. A lot of these pencils actually need a bit of sharpening. Also need to replace the sharpener at some point. Alright. Opepo. ribbon. Big. Actually, I've just put a dot down, but we could change colour. We want to do a different coloured ribbon. White could also be a cute ribbon colour. Yeah, let's do white. Let's make this one slightly different. I mean, it is right next to the white of the kitten, but that's okay. Just break it up a little bit. Do 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 do. Ribbons don't take long. All right. You can see we need to just go over this area slightly. Some of the areas are a little not as smooth as they should be. Alright, so maybe a little bit of shadow back here, because the tablecloth would just sort of fade out a bit. I'm still going to work out what colour we're doing for the background. We need a bright red down here, because we need to bring that bright red down here to balance that. So that needs to be red. We've got the invitation, which can be any colour, the spoon and the platters, and then we're done in the background. Whoop. which I'm kind of thinking maybe the background should be like a lemon yellow, but I don't want to do that in pencil. But I'm thinking I probably have some inks that I could pull out, or some watercolor. It's just making sure it's smooth. Or I could pull out alcohol markers. The alcohol markers in this book aren't bad. They don't bleed too badly, so alcohol markers could be a way to go. Just get a nice flat smooth background and it should be relatively easy. Also got a bit of posca because I've done no posca on anything I've coloured today. And then a couple of things should probably get some white outlines. Just have those lines lightened slightly. Just to match everything else we've done today. Previously. And then like the steam rising up from the cup needs some posca for certain. Gosh, that wind, like I can hear the whole building moving and settling and rattling. Like, it's fine, this building is solid concrete, it's not because of the wind and it's like moving or anything, it's more the wind is making its way through the building and like doors are banging and wiggling, and it's an old building. You hear it when you're out in the hallway. If the wind's coming from certain angles, it just rattles right through the building. keep zoning out. I'm moving into my happy space, which is great. It's what we normally want when we colour, is just to zone out and chill. But then also I'm streaming and I'm meant to be, you know, entertaining. Alright, so let's try and do more of like a lemony yellow ribbon here. Just get a bit of yellow down here. It's pretty tiny, so it's really not going to require a lot. Oops, sorry. And then we can use the cream to also act as a bit of a smoother across the top here, particular. Gosh, I'm hearing planes. The planes are really trying to land in this. I'd hope it's not as windy out at the airport. I wonder what Metsurface does say about the weather going on right now, like... Wait for the ad to load. Close the ad. We're always bombarded. Heavy rain warning. Yeah. And yeah, it's 40 kilometers an hour. Strong northerlies. And it's meant to downpour. Cool. I actually do like it when it downpours. I love heavy rain. Not being in it, obviously, but heavy rain just is so relaxing and peaceful. As long as you can like be somewhere safe and warm, heavy rain is pretty fun. Okay, there's our present. Now I'm just realizing there's a gap here and here that is possibly tablecloth. I am not going to try and put tiny amounts of washi in there, so I'm just going to use our pale blue, just fill it in, which kind of matches our tablecloth color. It may not be tablecloth because this feels like this goes up, but I kind of feel like this actually should end here and then this should be back further. The perspective's not quite right there, but we're just going to put a little bit of blue and then we'll desaturate it with a little bit of grey. So we'll just fill it in that way. It's definitely not background colour, whatever colour is in there. Alright, maybe maybe we should do the background. I think I have settled on lemon yellow for the background. I think we'll do it in alcohol markers. So, first things first, most important part. Grab some of my old newspaper. And we put that down just so we can't bleed through. Now I have a couple of like pale yellows. It's finding the right one. You're like nothing to a page. What have I got in the easy access stuff up the top? Yeah, your skin that I have used a lot. Really need a refill for. Blush. I feel like your skin. Yeah. Need a nice juicy marker, and I think a lot of these ones up the top are the ones that I've used a lot and are all getting pretty hammered. Buttercup. Oh, that might be what I'm after. Although you're actually quite dry. That's the colour I want, but you're a very dry marker. Which makes sense, you're a very old marker. Soft khaki. You're also quite dry. You're a lot more brown than I was intending. Alright. Container 2. What do I got in here? Light pale green, pale yellow. Very yellow, but could work. Practically the same. No, that one's a little nicer than this one. Let's look at this pale green light. Maybe we could go pale green actually. You're quite a bit more mint. But it's not a bad idea. If we can find a yellow green. Like that. That's actually quite pretty. I think we're going to do that one. Make sure everything's back in its place. I hardly ever use my alcohol markers just because they're not the easiest for me to access. They live in a massive container under my desk. And most of my markers are just generic, no brand ones. I do have a couple of Copics, but a lot of mine are also very old. I've got this one up here to chuck out because that one's dry. Because I did base a page recently, and because I have two containers, I just pulled from the basket that's on top and used whatever colours I pulled, which led to the colours not quite being right. So I've got to get to the second one. I need to move them all into one container really, which means going through the top container and pulling out all the dry ones that aren't refillable like Copics. Alright, so I'm going to just start on the side. And part of the key of this is actually working quite quickly so we get quite a smooth base layer because we do want it even. Alright, a big section like this can be a problem, so if you work smooth while it's wet, it's quite good. soon as it starts drying, it becomes a problem. Because then you get the lines and it's real obvious. So it's like, we've got to keep everything, got to keep all the edges wet. So there's no stopping. And if I go off screen or people chat right now, I'm very sorry. I may miss it, but we've got to work solidly here. We already have a section that's dried and we've got a line. Damn it. Oop. Go, go, go. We're going to have to use some poscas here to help differentiate the bow from the background there. Okay. The serving plate is the one we're going to be the closest, the carefulest around, because that is where we can bleed into uncolored territory, whereas everywhere else the pencils can kind of help buffer us. Okay, we're not doing too bad. There's not too many obvious lines. Okay, now we move into a bigger expanse again. Keep those edges wet. Crap, missed a spot. Oh, we're starting to dry out. You can keep going. We don't have time to stop to pull out the other side. You gotta keep working. Gotta keep blending. I know, it's a big expanse. This is exactly what alcohol markers hate. And now we come to a real issue here. Keep that side wet. No, fiddly section. Fiddly section. Don't have dried out. Don't have dried out. Fuck, it did dry out slightly. Damn it. Damn, damn, damn. Let's see if we can kind of... Fuck. Right, we've got a patch. We've got one patch in that whole thing. This section here. We'll use up here kind of as a stopping point. Just see if we can kind of hide it in there.
Hello Amy and Chad, beep beep boop boop. I hope you are well. The kitties are cute.
Hey, I'm guessing that's Bud. It is. Hello. And a sandwich. Hello. I'm sorry I missed you. I was trying to get the colours down as smoothly as possible. We're in the middle of an ad break. We missed the ad break. Oh my gosh. Okay. Hey. Oh my gosh. Ooh. Right, we've got like a minute left of ads. We're going to stretch. Sorry about that. You probably came in right in the middle of ad break. Sorry about all that. Yeah, so basically I was just trying to get the alcohol marker down as smooth as possible, which basically meant just go, 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 go. Oh, you got hit with ads, so I waited to send it. Perfect. This green has come out way more lime green than I anticipated. But yeah, because we know I'm working with markers and I want it smooth, it's like you've got to go and you've got to go and you can't stop because of that. And we did have one area that did blend really patchily, so I had to go back over this half. So I've still got to go back over this half. that green ended up very green. It's a lot more pale when I tested it. Right, hi. Hi, Sandwich. Hi, Fudge. Yeah. Also, Fudge, look, I'm wearing Whoop's earrings. It felt like a day for rainbow art palettes. Hey. Yeah, I got the colour down. I'm not happy with the colour, though. It's very green. Like, it looked a lot less green on my test page. So we might have to go over it with some pencils to help desaturate it, because it's like, boom, lime. Which is not what I was planning. I was planning a real pastel yellow. This is a common problem I have with alcohol markers. I put the colour down and it's actually way more vibrant than anticipated. That seems intense. Say the tea lady. It is intense. It's come out way more green than I was anticipating. But we have no choice but to carry on now. I have a white blender, which helps. A white alcohol marker blender. Because those, like the clear alcohol markers, are literally just adding isopropyl alcohol to the page, which isn't ideal. I have a couple of options. I have my Prismacolor white. And that's quite an opaque white, so we can add a layer of that over it, and that will desaturate the background a lot, which is my first thought. And then if it's still too much, I might even pull out some of my stencils and add like a bit of a pattern over it or something, or just do something in the background to help desaturate it. I can pull out white inks. Like, there's options to pale it down. So it's not ruined, it's just, it's coming out way more intense than I thought, so we're just going to have to do some more work to help fix it up. But we need to also fill in our last couple of sections. Make sure these are all blended smooth. Boom. Yeah. It is an absolute pain in the butt to work with that white blender. Yeah. Nah, we'll just stick with the pencil because I also don't want it spreading everywhere and going everywhere. We'll just chuck in a layer of white pencil to help tone it down. I even have a white Prismacolor out here because I started a 4th page in here. Yeah, you can just see how like vibrant green. It's looking a little bit more sagey on my monitors. Like, it's got a bit of a... In real life, it looks fluoro green. It looks like a pastel fluoro green. But it's definitely got fluoro green vibes. Yeah. But I'll just do... So I've been testing this page, and I've been using Prismacolors on it. Just testing Prismacolors in the book. And I did the same thing with alcohol markers, and I went way too intense with some of the colors because it's me and I can't help but do things bright, even though I really wanted to do this as a more pastel page. We still ended up with some really bright, intense colors because it's me and I just can't help but do bright. But it's been really fun to work with the Prismas and their opacity because you can see how much the lines get blocked out by working with the Prismas because they are a lot more opaque than the Polychromos pencils. So it's quite neat to try and test out doing more lineless stuff and like erasing a bunch of the lines. So yeah, that's been really fun. And yes, that's my 4th page that I've started in here. But how's everyone doing? Welcome in. Welcome in. It is... Right, so we, just to make sure I get on track, because I missed that ad break because I was just so focused on getting that alcohol marker down. There's something I was going to do at the midday ad break, and I cannot remember what it is, so I'm sure it'll come to me. Okay. Alright, let's try adding in some white and see what happens. So unfortunately, this does mean we're now colouring over the entire background with pencil, and the point of the alcohol marker was to avoid having to colour the entire background with pencil. It's not making much of a difference on this side, but we only did one layer this side. I probably should have gone over this with a second layer just to match it. But also, it's very fussy. Okay, it's going a little bit more mint, which I like a lot more. Still not quite the colour I had in mind when I did it on the tester sheet, which is on me. I did wait a minute for it to dry, but obviously didn't let it dry properly. Also, it's different paper. It's one thing about this book is you don't really have a page that you can test on unless you count the front cover. It's the first page that's got the title page on it, because that is a repeat image and I generally don't colour those. And then of course there is one page in here that's just like got words on it, so I could use that as a test page. It's so creamy and so buttery and so quick, but also so waxy, so shiny. Oh, I'm completely off screen again. My apologies. Looks better to you now? Yeah, you can see quite a difference. It definitely suits being mint more. The mint, it's helping a lot. It's helping a lot. We might just save it with just this. But yeah, we're on the home stretch of this one, which is awesome. So I was just looking at like my list before and trying to think about what we're doing next. I of course have more kitties that I can keep on colouring, but I should probably try and get some of my other pages finished off as well, because I've got a couple of like close to finished pages. Got a couple of spreads in Ivy and the Inky Butterfly that don't need much. I think that'll be a good one to try and finish off. And it finishes off the old work in progress list too. I just want to try and get as much cleared out so that when we move into December and Christmas colouring, the decks are cleared. And then I can go for it on the Christmas colouring in the one season where my Christmas books are the most appropriate. I haven't started pulling them from the shelves, but I need to start like going through my collection and pulling all my Christmas books, so I know which ones are which. I like bright colours. I like working in bright colours, so it is my like norm to work in bright colours. It is quite difficult for me to do pastel and vintagey, faded, subtle. Subtle is not an easy thing for me. I'm like, more colour, more rainbow, more glitter. That's another thing too. If the background just turns out hideous, we'll just cover it in glitter. Glitter fixes everything. But yeah, already with the white pencil, it's looking a lot more mint rather than highlighter green. look. So bear with me for a second. We're going to get pretty awkward in camera angles here, but I gotta make sure we get every section smoothly. And prismas are good, but when you're trying to almost burnish with them, sometimes they can be a bit patchy. So we just want to make sure we get everything, remove the waxy build up, get all our fussy little details around here. Went over the white lines there, and I was trying to avoid that. Right up to the edge there. Sorry, I know this is like not the best look on camera, but it's what we gotta do. It's what we gotta do. I think we might have saved it though. I think it's okay. We'll just... sorry you all came in on such chaos and me being like, panic, panic, panic. I think we've saved it. I think we're alright. Alright. Here we go. It's gone more mint now. I think we've saved it. Yay! I don't mind the mint. It's making the green pop a lot more. That's workable. Also with Prismacolor, they have like a waxy bloom when you press quite hard. One of the easiest ways to get rid of it is actually just to run your finger over it. It adds your oils. You need to make sure you got clean fingers. But it just kind of helps remove the bloom. It's so weird, but it works. Right, how are we today? Sorry you all came in on a quick moment of me panicking and needing to fix things up and not being able to pay attention. But hello, welcome in. I hope everyone's doing good. Yeah, it's just like a fun little tip that, you know, if the waxy blooms too much, you can use your fingers. Be aware that your finger oils are then going on the page, so clean fingers, but also in terms of you're adding your own oils to the page to help interact it. So like archivally, it's not the greatest, but also we're not going for archival quality. Just make sure your fingers are clean. That's the biggest thing. But we are on the home stretch. I need to pull out the poscas and do some highlight details because I've done none of that on any of the presents. And we might see if we can clean up some of those edges where I went a little over with the Prisma then. So basically we've got the serving tray, the spoon, the tray, the invitation, and the smoke down here, which is just white, but we'll add a little bit of grey shading and then block out the lines with a posca. So we need the actual serving tray colour. We also need the teaspoon colour, and I'm just thinking like silver, but also like cutlery does come in other colours, but most of the time all I think of a cutlery is silver. So this is where it gets awkward because it's like we're at the like tail end of what colours do we have that doesn't counteract everything around. And I feel like the serving platter and the stand should probably match. Like we kind of want to set. I mean, we could just do silver for the cake stand, the teaspoon, and the platter down here, or grey as it actually will be, because grey's not really used on anything, so it will give us like a point of difference. And I would be tempted to actually pull out the cool greys. We've used warm grey on everything else, but maybe we'll pull out cool grey for that. I have a gold teaspoon though. Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking as well. There is like gold servingware and stuff like that. And like, this is a fancy tea set, so there's no reason why it couldn't be a fancy color in a fancy tea set. I mean, look at our fancy teacup. Like, these things happen. Because the only other thing I can think of is a pastel blue. Because we haven't done anything. Like, we've got a bit of blue. I know we have got a little bit of baby blue there. I think silver is still going to be our best bet. But I think we'll go cold grey. Because I've used warm greys for art. So if I bring in cold grey, then it's a different grey that will help bring everything together. And I'm also going to use this while we've got our white Prisma out. And just go over that, because that has been too intense and it's been annoying me that that one was so intense. So we'll just use the opacity of the Prisma to just tone that down slightly. Yeah. Yeah, and lots of shiny highlights will be the key to make it read more silver. I'm just realizing I've missed a section of background. That's okay, it's easy fix. You can see the intensity of the green on the background there. Because that would come across right under the cookie there. So this is technically green. So we'll just let that go in and dry. And then we'll go in and add the white on top of that once that's a bit dry. At least it's only a small area. Okay. Okay, pencils. I could cheat and also pull out an alcohol marker for this. That's a lot quicker when you base with an alcohol marker, just saying. Yeah. Oh, my tiny, tiny cool greys. Actually, do I have a cool grey ready to go? I do have cool grey number 5. Oh my god, I'm dropping everything today. Ooh, come on, hands. Ooh. Do we just cheat? How dark are you? Quite dark though. My god, there's so much here that is molted into this marker bin. Because it's literally a bin of markers. Ice grey too. Ooh. Oh, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. We could technically base with that. It's going to speed it up a lot. Because we'll get a nice flat surface and then we just have to shade. Alright, you've tried enough that we can go... Oh, we need to... That Prisma needs... You know what? We're going to go for it because one of the things with metal that makes metal a lot more readable as metal is smoothness. And it takes a long time with pencils. So... we'll do the spoon first, because that'll be a good test of, yeah, as I suspected, the marker is a little dry. we even going to have enough juice in that to do everything? So it is one of my older pro markers. It's the old Letraset ones before Winsor and Newton took over. It is a bit of a cheat, but it does really fill up a page quickly if you can chuck down an alcohol marker base. And it is one of the joys of this book, being single-sided and the paper being reasonable quality, so that we can just come in here and blast through. Like already, just having a matte base, just so much quicker. Alright, let's just do it. It's going to help speed up a lot of these little areas a lot. Not that speed is the name of the game, but it would be nice to finish this one today. And that'll be my third page in here done. Right, so what I'm looking for to start off with is I'm trying to find the areas where it's a small enclosed area, because they're easier to colour in. Little sections are easier to get smoother, and then we'll worry about the big section. That's why I had to ignore you all when you first came in, and I didn't even realise we headed into an ad break, because I was just working so quickly. It's really coming together though. And then the only thing we'll have left is the invitation, which can be whatever colour we want it to be. Some Posca highlights. I'm using the wrong side here. That side's quite dry. We need to stick to this side wherever we can. Keep it smooth. Really do like how this page has come together. I have ordered some more Creative Haven. I have placed my first ever Amazon order. Not Creative Haven, sorry, Teresa Goodridge. I mean, they are Creative Haven, but specifically Teresa Goodridge colouring books. But yeah, I placed my first ever order on Amazon. Because I'm really enjoying these books, so yeah, I've got a page at the back that I've been testing on alcohol markers and coloured pencil as well. Alright, let's go for it in here. So we've got this fiddly little section down here. And then it goes into a bigger section. How's everyone doing today? What are we all up to? If you're lurking because you're also busy, that's all good. But if you are free, what are you up to? I'd love to know. Okay, things are going to get a bit awkward around here. But also we will go over the edges of this with Posca. Clean that up a little bit. And at that point it's basically a single line and going to be all Posca, so let's just go right over it. Yay! Alcohol base can lead to interesting blends later on. I wouldn't worry about the flats all over. You can just run it back. And hello Steins Cat. You can indeed just run it back. I am trying to create a nice flat base so that I don't have to fully go over it with the pencils fully, but you are correct. You can go back over it a couple of times. It does darken the color slightly, but that's what we did over here. Just especially in the big expanse areas, trying to keep it flat because I like to do a lot of my shading with pencils and just use it as a flat base. But hello, welcome in, Stones Cat. It is a lot of fun though. And it definitely speeds up those bigger areas because the base is down and then you just have to go in and add your shading. You just made a noodle omelette? Yum. Yeah, I should probably think about food at some point. But anyway, we have our base down, so now we can focus on making our shiny metallic metal. And then we just have our actual invitation that we have to figure out a color for. And then it's all done. It's so close. It's so close. I'm glad we managed to save that background from disaster though. From the accidental wrong color choice. The mint is looking good. A stretch and a hydrate. That hydrate's actually very smart because I don't think I've had any water today. Yes. And Samsara is reminding us, does anyone need to take their meds? I don't need to take my meds for an hour and a half. Meds are due at 2 p.m. because I took them right as stream was starting. So, good on the med front. You need a stretch. And Samsara is basically taking care of us all with her good vibes. Thank you, lovely. Thank you. Oh. You live for Copics and white spaces. It's so good. Like, this one back here, you can see alcohol marker. This one I've been using alcohol markers and then working Prismacolor on top and using the fact that Prismacolor is so opaque to help reduce some of the line weight. I've still got to go in here with like poscas and pull out some details and finish off. As you can see, it's not quite finished yet. And I still got to figure out the kitty colors. But yeah, it's so quick when I have that base layer down compared to most of this we just work directly on top with pencil because I was just playing and learning. So this is the first one I started in this book, and I've only started working this book in like the last week, so this is the last week, keep in mind. We did this one that we've been working on stream, and then off stream I did this page, and this is just pencil. This is all Polychromos pencil and a little touch of stickles and then some Posca to bring out some details and stuff like that. And then once I finished that one, I started on this one, which is just Polychromos and lots of Posca, and I was playing around with like blocking out more lines and making it appear more lineless. I really love how this one turned out, and of course I got a little touch of stickles up there with the butterfly as well. And then in between that we've been working on this one, which is just Polychromos and now has alcohol marker as well. For a couple of the bigger areas we've just blocked out with alcohol marker. I've still got to go in with some Polychromos to go. Blah, 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 blah. Too many materials beginning with P. Have Poscas to go into certain areas to pull out some highlights. And then obviously still finish off the middle and this invitation. But we're very close to finishing this one. And then I've also been working on this one at the same time, and this is the one I've been doing in Prismacolors and based with alcohol markers. So yeah, white charcoal pencils, they are the only issue with white charcoal pencils or any charcoal pencils for me is I have a certain textural thing with charcoal. I don't like charcoal dust. I don't like the way it feels. I really admire people who do charcoal work, but I hate charcoal and pastel and those dusty pencils. Like, coloured pencils can be a little dusty, enough that you can just use a brush to brush it off, but it's never to that textural point of charcoal. Charcoal just makes me feel icky, and it's just a sensitivity thing to it. I really admire people who work in it though, because it's so good. Thank you. Thank you. It's what we do here. I do love my coloured pencils. And some of my pencils are very tiny. So we're going to need to pull out all our extenders. That's our black and white. That's our Payne's grey. But yeah, this is Teresa Goodridge. It's a cat's world, and it's a very cute book that I am very much enjoying. Alright, let's start with charcoal. Not charcoal. I got charcoal on the brain now. Let's start with Payne's grey, which is our cool grey that we've used for a lot of our shadows, just so everything is consistent. Start adding in our shadows. So we have got light coming from this way, so there will be a cast shadow with a lot of these objects. But yeah, we are on the home stretch with this page. You know, should probably colour in something else rather than more cats, even though it's all been cats all week. You just get a final charcoal white. Won't flake as much. Okay, that could be the issue. Yeah. Like, even pencil dust and grittiness. I'm not a fan of just that gritty feeling. It makes me feel icky. It's just a sensitivity thing. I'm aware. I don't like it getting messy. I have heard, though, because, like, one of the reasons I didn't buy pan pastels was for that reason. Because I don't like the ickiness of that. But then I talked to someone who uses a lot of pan pastels, and she was just like, no. They don't even have dust. They're so fine. So it's like, okay, so maybe I could. Because pan pastels and backgrounds are so beautiful. They're so soft. They look gorgeous in colouring pages. And it's a great way to sort of fill up big empty spaces and backgrounds. Not that much of this book has a big empty space like this. This is one of the few that has a big background space. And then same with the tablecloth, but we used washi tape for the tablecloth. Okay, just came into the room and poor Tama. Poor baby not feeling well, but also ew. As an indie cat, I can appreciate the cat's world motif. Well, this whole book is called It's a Cat's World, so it's a lot of cats just playing up and getting into trouble and doing all sorts of things. It's a very cute book, and the link that is pinned at the top of chat is actually some free colouring pages from the book that Dover, the publisher, put out. So you can actually get 6 of the pages for free, including the one that we're colouring right now. So yeah, I'm really enjoying both the book itself, but also just Teresa Goodridge's work in general. And I have actually ordered a few more of her books, which I'm pretty excited about. I placed my first ever Amazon order. So they should be arriving over the next couple of weeks, which is exciting. There's one coming that's also there's a couple coming, to be honest. There's a lot coming. But there is some Christmas ones coming as well. So there will be more Teresa Goodridge next month when we start tackling Christmas colouring. Because all the colouring. But I'll do the exact same thing. I will find, because Dover puts out free colouring pages for every single Creative Haven colouring book that they put out. So I will do the same thing again. I will find the free pages that Dover has put out and then get the link for y'all. So if you do want to colour along or just add them to your collection, you'll be able to. And I know one of the Christmas books that is coming has specifically summer Christmas pages, which is the thing I'm most excited about, because of course here in New Zealand, Southern Hemisphere, Christmas is in the middle of summer, so there's a few summer colouring pages, which is pretty cool for me. Like, I'm looking forward to doing Winter Wonderland pages, because oh my god, you know we're pulling out glitter for snow. You know we're doing a bunch of glittery snow. But the fact that there's some tropical beach pages, that's pretty exciting. Yeah, so I'm not sure which one it's coming in. But yeah, there's definitely at least one or two in them. She's got quite a few Christmas books. She's got like 17 books. I don't know. I'm not getting them all. But we got a couple coming. Because again, really enjoying her work. I think it's Home for the Holidays is the one that has the summer page in it, but I'll see when the books arrive. Yeah, snow is perfect for glitter. But also I have a DecoArt, not the Enchanted Shimmer, but I have like it's like a knockoff of Mod Podge Extreme Glitter or some of the other glitter paints. It's a real pretty glitter paint. It's super fine. It's finer than Stickles. It's not as sparkly as Stickles, but I think it'll be a really good snow one because it's a really fine glitter. And because it's like a big bottle that's not that expensive compared to like the big bottle is about the same price as one of my tiny Stickles, so I won't feel so bad using lots of it because of course like a whole book with lots of snow and glitter, we have a lot of area we can use glitter on. And it doesn't mean we'll do every page with it, but you know. And the fact that they're like single-sided means we have options in terms of alcohol markers and inks, and we can just pull out all the materials. And the fact that they tear away too, like I can literally tear them away and work on them outside of the book, which is probably what I should have done there for when I was doing the alcohol. Like I just put a protection sheet behind, but I could have pulled it out of the book because I know this one's going out of the book eventually because Mum does actually want it, especially since we coloured the cat to be shadow. Alright, you'd have some cast shadow. You'd have some cast shadow. Single-sided is always the best. Like, if you are ever producing a colouring book, if I ever produce a colouring book, dreams, it will be single-sided. It will absolutely be single-sided. And yes, double page spreads can be amazing. And they are beautiful. Like, I love my Kirby's. I love the detail in those double page spreads. But, oh my god, like, you know, like I've got Geomorphia and Kaleidomorphia, which is, and Phantomorphia, sorry. Phantomorphia and Geomorphia, I think it is. I know. It's two of his earlier ones. They're super thin, but they're single-sided. So I can pull out my markers for those, and it helps so much. Like the Steampunk Cat that I did is definitely in one of his, I think that's Geomorphia. I'm so excited for his new dark one that's coming out. It's not coming out till 2025. Not that I need more colouring books. I don't need more Kirby. We're gonna get the Kirby's. It's me. I get all the Kirby's. I do like Kirby's work a lot. Yeah, I'm really proud of that one. That was one of my first ones that I did with Distress inks as well. but also really pushing myself to use a vintage palette, which is not my comfort zone. Like, we all know my comfort zone is bright rainbows. I can do bright till the sun comes home, but trying to do vintage or pastel or really light tones is very difficult for me. I can do it, but it takes a lot more planning on my part. Like this, like, there's a lot of colors, but it's still coordinated, and this is my comfort zone. Like, I can do bright and colorful. But yeah, you put me into vintage, pastel, anything along those lines, and I'm like, ooh. But I do have one of the Teresa books that I have coming that I'm really, really excited for is the Country Charm Kitchen, which is literally just kitchen scenes. It's kind of like this cat's one that I'm doing at the back here, but it's focused, and you have like vintage cookie jars and ovens, and it's literally just scenes around the home, which sounds like really odd and not something I would have thought of, but I'm super excited for that one because it's really cute. It's got really neat images, but a lot of it is going to push me in terms of color palettes, because a lot of them, like, there's some more modern kitchens, but there's a lot of rustic farmhouses and country kitchen vibes, which is kind of my dream aesthetic. Like, I would love a little country house with like not retro, but like that French country village vibe. I love that vibe where you have like a beautiful bright kitchen, lots of natural woods, light colors, which is weird because I'm like bright rainbows everywhere for me. But in terms of like a room aesthetic, like creams, lots of natural woods, a few beautiful plants, lots of herbs, and then like pops of occasional color with some of your objects. It's just really like a nice kitchen to be in. And so I'm really excited to color that one, which seems like an odd thing to be excited to color about, but that's the book that I'm looking forward to the most, is the Country Kitchens coloring book. And it's not something I'd think of in terms of a coloring book topic. Like, you know, I've got so many like fantasy, D&D, God, I know, for those that don't know, my last colouring book count was like 165, and there's been a lot more since then. I have a lot of colouring books, but yeah, I don't have anything that's quite like these books of Teresa Goodridge, and I'm really excited to get into them. Did not guess that my parents would become steampunk cosplayers. Are they still doing it around Taranaki, around New Plymouth? Because if they are, I think I see them every once in a while, because there's a group of them that meets up and they go to markets or different bits and pieces, eh? Yeah, so I see them every once in a while at different markets and stuff because they come around. And I'm like, every time I see them, I'm like, I feel like I know you from somewhere. And it's probably because they're your parents. Yeah. No, I see them frequently and I could not remember where I knew them from. Oh, that's so cool. I'll have to try and grab them next time and be like, yo. Yeah, they look fabulous. Like, the whole group of them. It makes me very much want to get into steampunk cosplay. Like, it's very cool. Very cool. I'm not a fan, and I don't suit a lot of brown tones. I don't wear a lot of brown. Again, bright colors. But like the purples and blues and like those rich colors, the steampunk outfits in those colors, I'm like, oh god, yes, I could rock one of those. So pretty. So much work though, so much work to do that, but that would be one of the like investment pieces in the cosplay closet. Like my Jester Lavore Critical Role cosplay has been an investment piece, and I still work on it from time to time. I still upgrade. I still have like the material for a cloak, and one day I want to make her traveler's cloak to go with it, because especially if I plan to wear this I am planning to go to Wellington Armageddon, and I'm probably going to need the cloak for Wellington Armageddon because it'd be cold down there. And so, like, there's been little upgrades as we go along, and there's always little bits and pieces. Like, I brought a brown cotton tank that allows me to do it a more casual version of it, so I'm not wearing the corset, for example. So I can still wear the dress, because the dress is just a linen shift that I've embroidered a lot, so it needs something over the top, and if I don't wear the corset, I need something. So this brown tank just works as an alternative over the top, but it needs something because it's very plainly just a brown cotton tank from the warehouse. Like, it's very obviously not completed outfit. One of these days I do want to also do a little bit of a sewing stream and get that cloak finished, so that'll be a Sunday fun day. And this is where, because we were talking about earlier how I kind of want to rearrange and sort out a bit of the apartment, and I did start sorting out the hallway and a few bits and pieces. But one of the big things I want to do is actually remove the couch that's just a dumping ground and move my table where the couch is, so it becomes an extension of the desk. But then I can switch my boom arm that my cameras are on, clip it to the other side, and then I can use the desk for really big projects, because I have my A2 colouring in pages that are massive, but I legit could not even get them on the desk. But if I had the table, we could switch to the table for some streams. And then if I want to do a sewing project, we can work on the table. If I want to, it gives me a wider surface for bigger projects. Because I do want to get this cloak made, because it works for Jester Lavore, but it also works for just a general DM's cloak, or anything like that. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, is doing some eyelets and some ribbons, or just give it like a faux corset feel. It needs something, even if I just splatter it with some paint or something, so it's like, it's not her leather armor, because the corset looks like leather, so I pretend it's kind of like her leather armor. So rather than that, we make it her painting top or something, you know? Would be the other way to do it. It's good though, it gives you an alternative for on the days you don't want to rock the corset, because I love the corset, but oh my god, the corset. I wouldn't also mind actually making my own corset, because the corset that I have, it's great, it does the job. Like, I brought it for $15 4 years ago, painted it myself, refretted the lace, the ribbons with longer ribbons, and it works and looks like a faux leather corset, so it does its job. But it's got things like the armholes don't suit me because of my weight loss and my excess skin. I have a lot of extra skin around my arms, and the armholes are so tight that it cuts up into my arm when I wear it all day. So it's actually very painful to wear for like a long time. I've done it, I can do it, it's just not as fun. Appreciate. Yeah, summer weight is a good way to view it, because it's like the actual outfit. So because I made the outfit, like the shift underneath is linen, so it's really like, it's linen cotton, so it's really comfy and it's really breathable. So that part's great. It's got like a little elastic neck part, so it kind of just sits nicely around here. It's got a little bit of puffy sleeves, it's got long droopy sleeves, but then I've got ribbons that I tie around up here that drop down. And then when I'm traveling, for example, so when I was going home from Armageddon on the bus, I take those ribbons that are like literally a piece of cardboard that I've decorated and covered in fabric and attached the ribbons to on a safety pin, so I can wash the dress without these ribbons attached. But they pin at the top of the split, because the sleeves are like down to here but split, so they drop down and they float behind. It's real pretty, but it does mean I literally have like half a meter of fabric in length and then like a meter and a bit wide of sleeves, because they're massive bell sleeves that drop down. So it can be really awkward when you're like traveling, especially on like a bus, for example. So the other great thing about these ribbons, like they tie up the top and they just look like part of her official costume. But when I'm traveling, I can take the tails of those ribbons and the fabric, I've wrapped the fabric around, I wrap the tails of the ribbon around, and I tie it up, and they become normal sleeves. It looks a bit funky, but it means that I'm traveling in a way that is more comfortable and safer, and they don't drag everywhere. And then like it's a linen cotton shift, and then there is I should just bring up a photo. It's so much easier than just talking about it. Let's find a photo. Give me a second. I know I have some on the computer somewhere. Because I spent so long making this thing. Nope, it's on the hard drive. What if I go here? Facebook. I know I have some photos of it on Facebook. Because the other thing as well, like when I started making this costume, it was a labor of love, but I also view it as an investment piece because I have been to multiple Armageddons in this costume, and I just do it as a casual cosplay of Jester Lavore. I don't paint my skin blue. Oh my god. Yeah, so I don't paint my skin blue, but there's enough details on there that it is actually recognizable to be Jester Lavore. Like these, you can tell that it's Jester. It's a casual version of her, but when I do the full look with the horns, with the blue lipstick, and I put blue sparkles and stuff on my face, blue hair, like it's very clearly Jester in her human form, which is canonical to the story as well. Okay, so this is not actually the complete one, but it will show you. It will show you. Okay, so you can see like the horns with the flower. I have elf ears that I put on. So this is before I put elastic around the neck. So now there's actually elastic around the neck of it, so it gathers up a bit. And you can see the corset there. So that's just like a black satin corset that I actually painted with fabric paint to give the illusion of it being like a leather corset. So that works really well. And then so you can see the nature of the sleeves there. So these, like, the back of it is dip dyed, so it gradiates up from pink to white, and this is all linen and cotton, the actual shift itself. And then there's like some bright pink lace at the bottom, and in this picture the lace is sewn and embroidered, so it's embroidered with heaps of sequins and beads and sparkles really beautifully. But you can see the back there, I hadn't quite finished the back. So now on the back on this side there's actually lace neck curtains that covers up this pink barrier that I used to cover up the embroidery that I had done. So it's got like a bunch of fabric there, but of course that's quite a bit of bulk that's hanging down. So by having the ribbons which pin up the top where the split in the sleeve is and then hangs down normally, you can tie this piece up. So for traveling, it makes it a lot more easier. And then you can see the bottom of it. You can see this blue skirt, which is actually a tablecloth. And I've actually embroidered it since then, but it's got big splits in it as well. So you can also see the underneath, where you can see all that embroidery in the skirt underneath. So it's been a real labor of love. It's something that I just continually work on. But I really, really enjoy doing it. I know I've got more photos of it because I've got photos of me at Armageddon since I had done the embroidery and stuff. Like 2020 Armageddon. Not 2020, 2022 Armageddon. Oh my god. I feel like it might actually be on my business pages. Oh look, there's the car crash. That's almost a year ago. Oh my god, all your sand stuff. So much your sand stuff. Mum actually buying the car. Matilda. Okay, no, and there it is there, and it's still in. It must be on the art page. Photos. Let's just go digging. It's really fun. I never got to do Halloween as a kid, so I enjoy dressing up now. Ads? Oh my goodness. So sorry. Yes, we are in ads. Okay, I will look for this picture while we're in ads. Thank you, Fudd. Determined to find it. It's either on my business page or it's on Mum's business page. It's in one of these pages. I know I've got them on my phone. There it is. There it is. Okay, cool. Found the photo. Found the photo since the upgrade with the ribbons. More details. Cool. Right, sorry. We had a bit of a distraction there. So, let's do stretches. Let's do stretches. Oh. Alright, I don't need pain meds. That's not for another hour. Do I need any food? Yeah. I think I can last another hour. Do our stretches, do the stretches. Distractions are fun. Alright, I'm good about... Well, according to what's on my preview there, we have 5 seconds remaining, but then the ads manager says we have 54 seconds, so I don't know which one's correct. So, you return from Adland? Cool, we will go with that one then. It says ads are over. Alright, so this is way, way too big now. So this is the picture that I was looking for when I was thinking about it, because this is it with some more work in it. So you can see here, so I had put the elastic around the neck, which gathers it up. I'm wearing a scarf here, because I was a little chilly, but also my hair was freshly dyed and I had a bunch of blue getting stained on the neck. It's fine, it got removed. It's easy. But you can see the ribbons here. They weren't tied quite right because this is my first time doing the ribbon. So I know to pull the button up a little higher and tie it a couple of times before we droop it down. But you can see the length of the ribbons. They go right to the bottom of the skirt. And it means when I travel, I can tie these sleeves up. And here you can see we've got the lace on it. Unfortunately, a coffee cup got dropped on it. This is Armageddon. And now I've got like a belt. And on the belt, I hang a dice bag that I don't use as a dice bag anymore, and that's where I store all my lollipops that I always hand out when I wear the costume. And then it's Mum's satchel that I was also using. And you can see a bit more of the decoration on the bottom, which if I go over to this one where I've got a little bit more movement, you can see some of the splits. And yeah, the embroidery matches along the bottom too. So, and even though the boots aren't canonical, I do wear black boots because those are my comfy boots that allow me to wear it with a lot more comfort. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I don't do the face traditionally blue. I just do my normal face foundation that doesn't irritate me. I do glue on the ears. I wear blue lipstick, blue eyeshadow, and then I put a bunch of blue stars on my face. And that's how I do her in a more humanized form that's not as irritating to me to wear, because the blue face makeup would irritate me all day, so we don't do that. Because again, we also got to be comfortable, so that's why I don't have like the most accurate shoes. I do have brown boots that do work for Jester, but if I'm walking around Armageddon all day, I want my supportive boots, so I wear the black boots, which isn't canonical, but it's comfortable. Because your comfort should come first with cosplays. Yeah, it's like, for frick's sake, of course I spill it on the most difficult part of the costume to clean. But yeah, it's been again, built up for many, many years, but I do love wearing it. It's been a real good sort of investment piece, because I also can wear it while DMing for parties and stuff like that. There's a lot of like potential ways to use the pieces of that cosplay as well. They work for different bits and pieces, so it's a good one. And that's why the next step for it is to do a cloak, because the other thing is, like you saw the length of the sleeves, I can't wear a sweatshirt, I can't wear a cardigan, I can't wear anything to keep me warm, which at the moment hasn't been an issue because it's mostly been worn at Armageddon in Auckland, which has been in summer, and inside is hot, so it's fine. But Wellington Armageddon, like inside can be alright, but there's a lot of outside at Wellington Armageddon where things get cold very quickly. If I'm traveling to any Armageddon, it gets cold very quickly. So that is where having a cloak where it's only going to tie around the neck is going to be quite good. So yeah, I've got a pattern, I've got the fabric, got the pattern assembled. I just need to get in there, sew it up, and then figure out the fasteners, because I don't want to do like a ribbon fastener, probably some sort of clasp, and do a couple of clasps so it sits closed over my chest, but then can be open enough for me to get the sleeves out and stuff. And then again, that's another investment piece, because it's also can be a DM cloak for if I ever need to dress up with the DM cloak, you know? And it's that sort of piece where again we could take that and we could use that for something else. So which is where the Sunday Funday streams came in. The idea behind the Sunday streams was that I could have a day where we do anything. It doesn't have to be colouring. It can be video games. It can be crafting. It can be sewing. It can be crochet. It can be whatever I feel like. And for the last couple, it has been colouring because I've been in the colouring mood. But I would like to work on like a couple of sewing projects. Right now, I can't even get the sewing box down. But it's a space thing, and that's what got me thinking about rearranging the apartment and moving the table, and then using the table as a secondary streaming space and just unclamping the boom arms and moving it over to the table. Like, it would work as another stream space that allows me to have that space to explore these other projects. Alright, so we've got our shadow in, so now we'll start blending out. So the key to doing shiny metal is to have really sharp highlights, so it's going to be a bit of posca to help bring this back. So a lot of it right now is just going to look quite silver. God, that's the second time this stream that I missed the ads. I mean, I was distracted with photos. But yeah, I've pulled out several of the, whoops, I'm right off stream. Several of the pieces of the cosplay for various other things, like the corset I've used a couple of times. I used that actually quite recently when I cosplayed as the Fairy Jam for the Fate of Ice and one shot, and the ears as well. I used the ears for that one shot. The dress I've used a couple of times as an underdress because I'll put that on, and then I put like an additional even I wear it as a dress, but then I'll put like an additional like summery type dress over the top to help make more of a princess dress. So I've used that a couple of times as a base layer for a dress, for when I had to do some face painting as a princess. I haven't used the blue overskirt for anything else, but it's kind of very specifically Jester, that one. That's okay, because again, that's been one of the easiest ones to make because I got that tablecloth for free. That was actually when my dad's mum, my nana, passed away and we were cleaning out her place. And it was when she moved into the rest home and we were helping her clean out her house. And I found this project that she had started with the blue tablecloth to turn it into a skirt, and I was like, oh my god, I have a cosplay that I'm working on and I need a blue circle skirt for it. Would you mind if I take this to finish off? She's like, yeah, take it. So it was great. All I had to do was put elastic in. That was all I had to do to make that, and then I just added in the splits because it didn't have splits initially. It was a plain circle skirt. So that was great, and then I just added a bunch of ribbons and stuff to it to make it a bit more decorative because it was quite plain compared to everything else. It is a lot of fun. Like, it's a lot of work, but I view that Jester Lavore cosplay as an investment piece, and I've worn it so much that it's been worth the effort. Like, it is my go-to cosplay now. It is essentially the only proper cosplay that I have made. I have elements for costumes, but that's my full, like, big effort one. And it's been worth it. Like, it's not been a cheap project, especially if you count the time, because oh my god, the amount of time to hand embroider her dress with all that lace and beadwork, like, that was hours, but so gorgeous. Just wear cloaks out in public to keep it safe. And that's what I kind of think too. Like, there would be times where I could see a cloak actually being very useful for me. Part of me is tempted with the cloak to actually put a couple of slits in so that my arms can go through, so it can be just like a, but the point of it is to be a wraparound cloak. But yeah, mobilizing, like the arms go out, which is going to make it fall backwards. But the point of it is to be something I can wrap around myself to keep myself warmer. But it could be useful to have the slits in it so that the arms can come out. But I'm going to make it, because the pattern doesn't have those slits, so I'm going to make it per the pattern. And then assess how I go wearing it, and then I could just draw it, because it's literally just slits. Like I just literally have to put in a slit and then secure the edges. So, you know, just essentially like a buttonhole, a giant ass buttonhole is what we'd be creating. Yeah, I have to pull down my fabric box because I think I have some other half-finished projects in there. I just literally can't pull down the fabric box. At least not very safely. It's not enough hours in the day to do all the crafting and colouring and art projects that I want to do. And I have a lot more hours in the day to do these things than most people. Does anyone have any colour suggestions for the invitation? Actually, I just had a thought. I just had a thought, and I'm going to check out if that works before we colour it solid. I have some washi tape that has cat heads on it. It's gorgeous. I brought it on impulse because it's so pretty, but it's like, I have no reason to ever use this. I wonder if it would work to be like along the bottom. I don't think it's wide enough. We'll have to see. We have to have a look. So now it's on the floor beside me because I found it while cleaning up last night a little bit. Because I actually did some cleaning last night. Shock horror. Not much, but a little bit. A little bit's better than nothing. Alright, time to shine it up. So weird, you work so hard to make it smooth and then to give it more of a shine, start adding in obvious lines. To give that brushed metal look. gosh, it's so windy. Shiny, shiny metal. Cool. Alright, so we're going to use our white Prisma because that's slightly more opaque. And use this to bring in some subtler white highlights without it being the bright Posca highlight. Just to help that metal be more shiny, because shiny metal I'm still going to add in the Posca because that's what really makes it read as shiny metal, is having bright shiny highlights, but this helps also a little bit. I'm sorry, I just worked half of that off screen. Professional streamer. Alright, so we will come back and do the Posca in a moment. But these are tapes I found while cleaning up. And I should put the other tapes that are on my desk to go away over there as well. But then I also have this one, which, as you can see, has got kitties with flowers on it. So, like, okay, it's cute, but most of our kitties are going to get cut off. This isn't reversible. I mean, we could flip the other half and do it that way, but it's going to just look, damn. Damn, that's a shame. That would have been cute, though. Like, kitties with flowers. Like, I have no practical purpose for this tape, but it's just super cute. Kitties with flower crowns? I'll find a use for it. It's just very cute. Which means we have one more. One more element, and then we got Posca. But we are very close to being done with this. Alright, so we'll start by cleaning up these flowers that definitely have the white edge. Especially the areas where the green alcohol marker bled over a little bit. And then the present needs a highlight. I've already done the bow. A little bit on the ribbon, not a lot. It's not really thing here. Those white lines can become white. There. Alright, the white ribbon here is definitely one that needs some posca love. Put out those lines on the highlight side. Get rid of that line because that's always been annoying me. Fade those ones down. Super cute is a good reason. It's actually just from the warehouse. It's like a 2-pack. I was like, I have no practical reason for this tape, but it's gorgeous and I need it. Alright, we'll use this to clean up our actually white ribbon. Okay. Right, let's do some shiny metal light reflex. Actually, that's the wrong one for it. We want the running out one. Because that's more subtle, which is actually what we want here. Sounds weird, but it works. Because we can always come in and add the intense highlights too. I was working off screen again. I'm sorry. I really need to set up the free redeem so that you can yell at me when I'm working off screen. Been really bad for it today. I'm usually not too bad, but we're not doing great with it today. Right, now the spoon, we're going the other way. Do we have any colour suggestions for the invitation? Because that is literally our last element on this page to do. We are on the home stretch. So now we use the bright white. And we add in some sharper highlights to contrast. This is where having a slightly running out posca can be quite handy. So you kind of get two poscas. And then you can do sharp highlights too, to make the metal appear even more shiny. So just need to go back and clean up those edges in a moment, which we will. Right, and then we have the steam from the cup of tea. And we're just going to, in fact I could pull out my big posca for that starting section. But we will need fin up here. Oh, I went a bit wide there, but okay. Okay, we just have the invitation. Which I think needs to be blue. I think we need to bring in the brighter blue. I think if we bring in a bit more of this, like this on its own is very heavy in here. And yes, we have blue here, but it's a lot darker. If we bring in that bright blue down here, it's just going to balance everything out. So I think that's what we're going to do, is we're going to do bright blue. And then our page will be complete. Last element, last element, last element. My hair is melting everywhere. And then we just have to decide if we're going to put glitter on the page. Thank you. It is indeed. The only areas I can think of to put glitter is the presents, which is going to be very heavy-handed on one side. I suppose technically we could do the cupcake liners too. Actually, we could, on this invitation to birthday tea, I could pull out like a gel pen or and go over the actual lines. I would do it in the poscas, but they are quite liquidy and they will spread everywhere, so we're probably better to do it in an actual gel pen. Maybe. See how it looks after we've got the blue down. And we're still technically got to also border it, so I've still got to do that as well, but that's just pulling out an ink pen. Shock horror, maybe it doesn't need glitter. How dare I? How dare I? It is rare, but it does occur. It does. I have pages that have no glitter. It does happen. It is absolutely in the realm of possibility that a page does not need glitter. It does not happen very often, but it does happen. I suppose technically we could also put glitter on the invitation. Technically. Oh, you need an extender. Bad. I do have a spare extender. Excellent. Before I carry on, I've just seen, scratch that off, because we don't want Posca on the black line there. want Polychromos white, not Prismacolor white. Just using this to help fill in some of the lighter areas where we won't be going over it too many times. Pull out our bright blue. Alright, our shadow colour, which has been Payne's Grey for most of this page. We're going to not only shade under the invitation, but we're going to use that just to add the shadows onto the invitation. Around the bottom there. And then we are going to do we'll need that for the end. There it is. And I think it'll actually be thin enough. It needs it. We're going to go over it with gold. This is probably the scariest part for me, because this is the part that I struggle with the most. This is the part that hurts my hands the most. Whew, one word. Just gives that little touch of like, this is fancy, you know? It's a fancy birthday tea. that little touch of gold. And that little touch of gold. It's just a little metallic, a little shiny. Alright, so let me actually put you back in position. Bring you right out. Yo. So I'm going to do my usual trick of the Staedtler 1.0 around the border just to black it out. But yeah, let me know if you see anything that you think needs a touch of glitter, anything that needs working. That's what I'm kind of keeping an eye out for. We could technically go over this writing on this label in the gold as well. Bring in a bit more gold. We could also bring in metallic gold on this butterfly and just do little touches of the metallic gold. The butterfly would be a perfect place for us to add some stickles if we did want to add stickles. We could also add stickles to the ribbon around the kitty's neck if we want to make the kitty a bit sparkly. We have all the like ribbons around the cupcakes that we could also add some metallic to. Embellishment, always the best part. I do like when these frames are coloured in as well because it really helps set the page. I could have technically done the frame in gold too if we wanted to, but I think the black will just set it because there's a lot of colour on the page already, so this will just help frame it. Plus we've got a bit of spillover, so allows us to sort of clean up. Your couple gold highlights, yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking. I think we'll do the label up the top as well, just to keep that cohesive. And that'll at least give us 2 points, which immediately makes it feel more balanced. Like everything has been used in 2 places on this page. At least. Most things have been used in more than 2 places. But everything at least has been used in 2 places. And it just helps create a more cohesive look when you echo things across a page, especially in a page like this where you've got so much going on. So you can already see the black helping it sit a lot better. I also have a silver posca that we could pull out, but I think we'll try and keep our like feature, we'll just keep the gold and then we'll decide if we want some glitter as well. Should really message Mum and be like, yo, how glittery do you want it? Alright, are you dry? You're dry? Good, good. How chaotic can I go with glitter? It's me. I can go chaotic with glitter, but we're also thinking about the fact that this is going to Mim. Also, anywhere I glitter when I take the photocopy to put back into the books, just so I've got a copy, I'm also probably going to have to re-glitterify it. It could be proper here and use like a ruler, make sure we've got a perfectly flush straight edge, but honestly this kind of works. Alright, so this one up here is just kind of like scribbles. It's possibly going to disappear a little bit. We also have this little ridging on the cupcake here that we could add, on the teacup. No, we've got sprinkles, we've got a lot of areas we could add gold. We could go really nuts with the gold. If I was to add gold, I could do those sprinkles, center of the flower. That flower could also have some. Could do the ribbon. We could do the center of the flowers again. We've got the butterfly. But then we might be going too much. Needs another point, but the moment I touch something on the ribbon, on the cupcakes, I have to do all the cupcakes. Actually, I know what we can do. Wasn't very happy with these bright pink dots because the bright pink's not reading. Let's cover that in gold. See how that goes. Because the bright pink just reads as white. So let's do purple and gold on the butterfly. That'll give us another point without it being necessarily needing to do all the cupcakes. You can barely see it. Kind of blends into the purple. Damn it! Alright, give that a moment to dry before you panic. We can always go back over it with white. We're also losing the text over there. But also, it depends where the light hits it. You know where I'm not happy with it? It's these centers. So we're just going to colour in the whole center of it gold. The fact that it had dots and then a line, it just never looked right to me. If need be, we'll just colour in the whole wing gold. But it does mean then that we can also take our purple very carefully so we don't smudge it. Darken around the gold, which will make the gold pop more, but also make the butterfly more purple instead of verging on pink. gosh, yellow beans. Hello. Coming in right at the end here as we're just about finished the page. How are you going, lovely? How was your stream? Thank you for doing the shout out for me. Much appreciated. We're doing good. We're just doing like little finishing details. So we've just been adding in some gold. Let me bring you in a bit. So I've just kind of changed my butterfly a bit up there, but I like how it's looking a lot more now. So I've just given it like a good gold center and outlined it in purple, which has helped clean it up a little bit. And now I feel happier about our little gold touches. So legit, the only thing that I think I have left to do to decide is whether or not we want to do some glitter on the ribbon here, because that's what's kind of calling out to me, is that maybe we need to put glitter on the ribbon. I have a tendency to go very over the top with glitter. I love glitter. I will literally color an entire page with glitter. So I'm happy with our little touches. I'm just cleaning up the lines that we kind of covered with the posca. I'm very happy with our little gold touches. I think the 3 touches of gold is the writing on the labels, and that butterfly is enough. But yeah, you think the bow leaf enough or something? Yes to the glitter. Okay, yeah. No, you're feeling it too. Stickers. So just so we don't accidentally go into the ads, I'm just gonna hit snooze a few times. Whoa, where am I going? What are you doing, Twitch? Manage stream, please. Sorry, my whole thing just decided to bounce everywhere. I just want to snooze the ads because we're coming up to ads, and we're not going to run ads because we literally have one thing left to do, and then we're going to be done as well. Snooze. Right. Snoozed for 10 minutes. That should do it. So we do have stickles. We have quite a few stickles. I have like quite a warm yellowy glitter. Unicorn would be quite pretty. Diamond would also work. But then the other one that we have that's a little bit more subtle, because stickles can be quite intense. Like, we love our stickles because it is intense. But, oh. Crap goes to bones. The other thing we have, and this is what I'm thinking when all my Christmas colouring books come in, that I'll be using a lot of, is Glamour Dust. So I don't know how well this is going to pick up. Probably not at all. Let's bring the light right on top. Not at all. Okay, so you'll have to trust me on it. It is a much finer glitter. So Stickles is beautiful and intense and really, really sparkly, but it could be a lot of glitter. This is a lot more subtle and finer, so I'm kind of thinking we'll do this one. It's more rainbow. It's not like, you know, Unicorn's very yellow based, and Diamond, well, Diamond's meant to be rainbow, but it's not really. I think we'll go with the Glamour Dust. So it'll be a little touch of sparkle, but not like Stickles OTT sparkle, which is what I want sometimes, but not in this. I've done a naughty and left a pile of paintbrushes and paint water for God knows how long. Right, first things first, let's make sure we've got absolutely no residue on this brush, because it will absolutely show up. Fine sparkle, yeah. The Glamour Dust is like a lot subtler. It's a very, very fine glitter, which is really pretty. keep an eye out because I still have one more snooze because there's no point running an ad break when we are essentially done. We're just going to glitter this. I will blast it with the hairdryer so you can kind of see. And then this page will be done. Because right now it's not going to look like anything on the page. Except for PVA. So what were you up to today, Beans? But also if you have to raid and run, I fully understand because I know how exhausted we get at the end of stream. But if you do want to stick around, I would love to hear what you are up to. If you'd like to share a picture of what you've been doing, please feel free to. Beans is a wonderful colorist here on Twitch. Does glorious work in the beauty of horror coloring books. So if you are into gore and zombies and Halloween and stuff along those lines, really, really beautiful. Beautiful work. Plus there's other things as well. I know you were doing some diamond craft the other day. Oh, itchy nose, itchy. So yeah, when I get my Christmas colouring books and we're doing snow, we're going to be using a lot of this stuff because A, it's cheap for me to replace and it's a big bottle. Like this bottle costs the same as one Stickles. And the size comparison, quite a bit of a difference. This is under the table. This is 60 mils and pretty sure a Stickles is like 17. Pretty sure that just fell in my rubbish bin. Alright, we've got everywhere. We've got no little areas where we've missed and haven't put any Stickles, Glamour Dust. A little bit on the bow edge here. Alright. I made some diamond Christmas cards. No, that's all good. Doggies are important. That is absolutely right. You missed me dropping stuff as per usual. I swear it sounded like it landed in the bin. It did. I got it. Just, you know, chucking out a brand new diamond Stickles. Yeah, so these are 18 mils versus 59 mils. So there's quite a bit of difference between the two of them. But for the same price. But again, not as sparkly, but sometimes you need that. So I'm just going to mute you guys for a couple of minutes while I give it a quick blast. Okay, so yes, always tend to animals first. Will this even pick up? Oh yeah, you can see a little bit. It's out of focus, but you can see a little bit. A little bit. It's a very subtle shimmer. Subtle shimmer, but it's there. Like, sorry, this is gonna be a lot, but yeah, it's there. And it's just a subtle shimmer, but it just adds a little beautiful touch of sparkle, which we all know how much I love sparkle. So it's not quite dry, but it's dry enough that I feel comfortable to not have big globs of wet paint or glitter glue on my page. So we'll just clean up little marks outside the frame. And that's basically our page done. Give it a look to see if there's anything else we think it needs. So my traditional thing with finishing a page is also I take a few minutes to look at it. I usually leave it overnight and then come back in the next morning, because sometimes things are obvious the next day that it's like, oh, it just needs a line of posca here. November 17th, 2023. I don't normally like to date my pictures, but because of the fact that this has the perforated edge and I can date them without putting it on the picture itself, I don't mind doing that. But yeah, I think we can call this page done. I think we are there. Now we're done. Oh, yay. Yay. That's been a labor of love over a few days, a few streams. So yeah, I will put up a final picture tomorrow when all the glitter is dry, and like once I've done sort of my final assessment. I wish I could show you the little sparkle. It is really pretty. It's very subtle. It's not stickle sparkle, but there is sparkle there. And that's going to be our best friend when it comes to doing all the winter scenes and the Christmas colouring. So yeah. Yeah, all the emotes. And it's perfect timing because with the free thingamabobs. I know words. The free snoozers on the ads, because there's no point running ads when we're right at the end. We're pretty close. It was pretty good timing for ending. I know words. You can tell my brain is just going, boot, we're done. So let's just see who's on. We've got Cindy playing Mario. Joshua Wu is doing some digital fan art. Katie's doing Graveyard Keeper. Lots of gamers. So I think we're gonna go. Yeah, I knew Vi was on. I saw the thing pop up. Vi's always a good time, and I'm probably gonna be lurking there during work. So we'll probably just head on over to Vi, who's probably actually still lurking here and is gonna hear me saying that we're gonna head on over. So Vi, if you're hearing me, close me in advance. But yes, there's a raid message. Make sure you copy and paste it, because it's always fun to spam in with a lot of raid messages, and we love, Vi. We love heading over there. It's a good time. Vi's a wonderful, wonderful place to be. Let's get this raid started. But yes, thank you so much for being here. Oh God, I just typed raid into searching for the raid channel. My God, I've lost the plot. I've officially lost the plot. That's not even lost the plot. Wow, we're doing well. Right, let's get this raid started so we can get out of here. I need food, I need meds, I need to get my washing out of the machine, and I need to carry on with the day. But thank you so much for being here. We will be back on Sunday, where we will either be working on a new page or maybe we will be gaming. I have a game in mind. I really want to play it. I have to test that it'll work on the computer. And if it works, we might actually do a game stream this Sunday. How long has it been? But yes, let's head on over there now. Thank you so much for being here. Make sure you look after yourselves. And I'll catch you all on Sunday. Bye.